Hey, how's it going? Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all keeping well. Taking it easy. Having a chill Sunday. Let me see here. How's it going, Dim? Let me see. Kiro, Stevo, what's up? Mont, Sizz, Core, Nico, good to see you. Hopefully I'll be getting on to do some of that FF14 sometime soon. We'll see what happens. Can't even get into a queue as it stands. Well, I couldn't yesterday. Maybe if I try and do it in the like around midday or something next week. Weekdays shouldn't be as bad. Maybe if I jump on at around 12 p.m., 1, 2 p.m. Maybe we could get something going. Hey, what's up, Aria? How's it going? Statman, good to see you. Let me see here. Give me a second, and I'll get this game up. Okay, I think we're good. The volume balancing is a bit all over the place. Let me just see. I think that should be okay. Maybe it needs to be turned up again. I don't know. Oh god, I'm in bad shape here. Yeah, hold on. Let me... There we go. Hey, what's up, Dre? What's up, Solid? Thank you for the 11 months. El Rassel, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, I remember when I was playing Silent Hill 3 a bit ago, and I was playing it with the PS5 controller, but I had my PS5 plugged in at the same time. So I was playing Death Stranding and Silent Hill 3 at the same time without realizing. So this is the result of what happened while I was playing Death Stranding. Without looking. Without realizing. BB is fucked. My boots are completely gone. This isn't how I thought I wrapped up the last stream. Just over here by this rock. I guess I just ended up walking into this rock forever or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Hey, what's up, Zeph? Yeah, we're right beside a distro center, so it's okay.
Wake up.
No.
BB.
Oh, he actually says something here if you try and soothe.
I'll get you to a private room, so.
Ah.
Damn it.
Anything else?
Sorry, kid. BB.
Oh, Steve. Oh, baby. That was hilarious, that picture that someone linked me on Twitter. Like, just as I finished Code Veronica. One of those bot accounts on Twitter posted a picture of Steve. It's like a random face generator or something. And one of the faces they generated was the legendary Steve. I couldn't believe it. Perfect timing. Casual MJ, thank you for the 14 months. Cheers. Hey, Okami with the $13.23 as well. Dog, I'm disappointed your last stream didn't have enough Steve in the title. That's all I could fit, I'm afraid, Okami. Thank you for that very generous donation. Cheers. But yeah, Box Ghost, thank you for the 26. MJ with the 14. Solid with the tier 2 and the 11 months. Thank you so much, Solid, for that tier 2. Rassel, Mont. Cheers, everyone. Hope you're all keeping well. I've been kind of experimenting with both. We've done most of this playthrough full screen, and I switched to widescreen like a couple of sessions ago, which has a bit of a vibe to it. But the frames are still pretty good as well when you're in quality mode, because I'm in quality mode now, not performance. But it seems to be 60 FPS for the most part in quality mode as well, which is nice. Let's go heal up.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Into the belly of the whale.
All clear. Welcome. Decontaminating suit. Rest is advised. Footwear condition critical. Please replace immediately.
Oh shit. Oh no. I can't use this private room. Oh. Okay.
Beginning scan. Rest is advised.
Hold on. Let's take a look here. Private locker. Hey, we have some boots here. I'll take these boots. I'll take a couple of anchors and a ladder as well. Why not? Cool. Put on footwear. Hey, what's up, Phantom Cigar? How's it going? Novum with the 3 months as well. Cheers. Dog still stopped sliding? What? I'm not sure what I want to do. We could do what we're supposed to do and go and get Mama and bring her up to Lochna. But I think I'm gonna go wandering back down here. You still slide when I want to stop? Oh, that's just because I like doing that. That's my favorite way to stop moving. Because it's fun. Look at that. Pretty slick. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. That looks nice. I think I'll. I can't remember how I get to this one guy, or if we need to find stuff for him. Oh, there's quite a few patches down here. I remember there's one guy down here. Yeah, let's just wander around. Oh shit, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Oh, fuck! Don't do that, Sam. Wait a second, I think my controller might actually be fucked. That wasn't me moving there. I thought that was only an issue with PC. Yeah, no, I think that's the problem. I think I need to get a new PS5 controller. Well, shit, I'll try and put up with it for now. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I think I remember stepping on it.
Wake up.
A while back. That's probably what did it. Take it easy. I wonder, do I even really need BB's assistance to get through BTs? I think I know how to deal with them well enough now where I don't really even need BB. I haven't been using this controller for very long. Usually my controllers last me years and years. I bet these Dual Senses are pretty fucking expensive as well. Oh, BB still gets affected. You can still hear it crying there. That's kind of disturbing. Ugh. 70 to 80 bucks. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do it. Seems to be okay as long as I'm moving. Like, it's not pulling me in another direction, which is okay. I think it's if I just stop moving altogether. Yeah. Okay. I'm not moving left there. What happened to the Audra deck? Well, the Audra deck is powered by BB. And BB is completely fucked, so no Audra deck. Oh! Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Jesus. Managing my stamina like a champ there. We don't have much to lose right now anyway, even if we did get grabbed. Planned obsolescence? That sounds very sinister. Is that a known term? What, for like purposely using shitty materials to make your controllers and stuff? Planned obsolescence. Oh yeah, I mean, I figured companies did that. I just didn't know there was actually a term for it, you know? Or a term that companies use to describe that process. Okay, take it easy. Let's not lose our stamina here. No! The controller almost fucked me there. Because it wouldn't stop. And I need to stop to get my stamina back. Ah, fuck, man. We'll see how long we can go today putting up with this controller. Hey, I don't remember all these jelly boys being around here last time. There was another area, remember that by the incinerator last time we were playing? There was loads of jellies there which weren't there before, I don't think. They decorate the place nicely though. New decorations, new balloons. They weren't there before the director's cut. Yeah, it's just kind of a weird little addition. Oh, they're all carrying shit. Fucking mule jellyfish. Hold on, let me just... try to fix my analog stick here. Working it in. Breaking it in. Check the dead zone settings. Can I do that on PS5? Is that something I can do on console? I remember when I checked the dead zone settings on Steam, they were kind of fucked. You know, when I was calibrating my controller on Steam, the left analog stick was getting pulled in the left direction constantly, which is what's happening now. Should be in the game options. Okay, well let's just let's wait for it to fuck up again. So I think I might have actually fixed it there. Huh. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm not really sure where I'm going here. I just remember there was a prepper or someone down here. And I think maybe to get him on the network, all we had to do was find some stuff that belonged to him that was like around where he was. You know, there are a few preppers like that where you don't get deliveries for them, you just have to find stuff in the world for them, like with the musician. I think the guy down here might be similar. Yeah, there are a few preppers like that that aren't connected to any specific delivery. You just have to find their stuff in the world. From what I remember, anyway. Whereabouts is this on the map? It's around Mountain Knot. We're over here. Just south of the distribution center, north of Mountain Knot. Kevin with the 2 months, thank you. Take it easy. Norway, that's the first I've heard of, I don't think I've heard anyone compare it to Norway. Some parts of the map remind me of Ireland as well. I guess there are some similarities between Icelandic landscapes and Irish landscapes. Then we have parts of the map that look like Mars. I think my favorite little section aesthetically might be the that volcanic area. Really nice, just the detail in the rock there, and just the colors, the orange. Yeah, I think I went... yeah, we're going right to the edge here. Where is this guy? He's around here somewhere. Cool. Let's go back up this way. Yeah, they went scouting in Iceland while... Kojima was still at Konami, which led a lot of people to think that it was for Silent Hills, which I think could be the case. You know, that was the game he was going to work on after MGS5, so you would think that scouting was for his next game, which was Silent Hills. And then you have like symbols in the Silent Hills trailer that would feature prominently in Death Stranding, like the handprints. If you look at that Silent Hills teaser, there's handprints all over the wall, and the enemy that chases after you in the corridor is a giant hand. So I reckon some of those ideas got repurposed for this game. I don't think Silent Hills was going to be really much like this at all, but I think maybe certain themes and stuff like that might have been repurposed. Oh yeah, there are loads of rumors going on about Silent Hill and Metal Gear and which teams they'll be making them and stuff like that. I really don't really pay much heed to that, though. You know, those rumors have been circulating for years and years. Okay, controls are fucking up again. What am I supposed to be looking at here? At the very top? Oh, dead zones. Left and right stick dead zones. I'm not sure. Put it up to 2. Maybe that'll be a bit better. Poor Sam is fucked here. Yeah, just keep putting it higher till it stops moving. Yeah, it seems to be... Well, I guess we'll see. Hopefully that'll fix it. Did I read Another Day of Life or watch the adaptation of it? No, I'm not familiar with it at all. I don't think. Hey, what's up, Achilles? How's it going? I don't think this guy is up there, but he might be up there. Maybe he's up there. I think he might actually be up there. But I don't know. I don't even know why I'm looking for this guy. I didn't want to go straight into main deliveries at the start of the stream. I kind of just felt like just wanted to wander around, get my bearings. Hey, here he is. Here he is. Can we deliver anything to him? The novelist's son. That's who it is. Right. It's a book about the Angolan Civil War. Okay, I might have to put it on the list. Alright, novelist's son. Oh god, I had a fucking dream that I saw these batteries in MGS2. Weird. I had a dream yesterday or the day before that I saw these batteries in MGS2. And I was streaming MGS2. I think, and I pointed it out to chat. I was like, what the fuck? These are the batteries from Death Stranding. Look, they have the exact same design. They were really low res. They were like really low res. It was like just a flat 2D texture up against a wall at the bottom of strut A or something. I was like, oh my god, what the hell? There's a butterfly, rare butterfly. God, I wonder how many weird Metal Gear dreams I've had that I can't remember. Quite a few, I'd say.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Amaguchi, what's up? Deliver lost cargo. Organic fertilizer. Here, man, have your fertilizer.
Delivering cargo.
Well, I'll be. You actually made it. Folks far out as me can't always depend on porters, you know. This is pretty good. Better than good.
Legend of legends.
Much obliged to you, friend.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Poor Sam. Come on, Sam. Stand up. Standard orders. Right, yeah, we'll take this to the distribution center and then we'll finally get a chance to rest. Premium delivery. Less than 3% damage, deliver 3 pieces of cargo. Yeah, I think we can do that. Sam! Board games. An analog game that is played on a table or other similar surface. Philip North. Yeah, sure, let's go.
Order assigned.
That should be what Sam says in those new VR mission thingies that they added to this game. He even has the VR pose, doesn't he?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
The little fist pump thing. Or some kind of variation on it. And maybe I'll put some of this stuff back, actually. I'm pretty weighed down. I wouldn't be as weighed down if I had a decent... Yeah, oh, this fucking asshole. Yeah, we need to deliver more shit to him to get him on the network.
Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected.
Oh, Sam is so fucked.
All clear.
Gee. Oh, take it easy. There we go. There we go. It's okay. Let's see. Yeah, fucking private locker. I'll put... Fuck it, I'm gonna put all this stuff back. Even the speed skeleton. Anything that's weighing me down that I don't need. I'm not gonna need any anchors or anything. It's a pretty straightforward walk back. Felt like I really tortured Sam playing this again. Yeah, I really feel for Sam playing this. He has to struggle. Okay, that's a little bit better. Oh, hey, let's fucking drink something. And maybe take a piss. Give him some kind of relief here. 1,000 milliliters. Let's do it. What? Equip your dick. There we go.
Piss myself.
Best use of haptics so far that I've seen. Easily. You only feel the vibration on the right trigger. And right as he's about to run out of piss, the vibration lessens. And even now at 400 milliliters, it's not as rigorous as it was at 1,000. Now it's really starting to slow down. Yeah, and barely any vibration now at all. None. And you get you get a bit of vibration on the whole controller as he zips his pants up. Rigorous wasn't really the right word there, but I couldn't think of anything better. Thunderous would have been a more apt word. There we go. Remember on my first playthrough, for the longest time, I didn't realize you could just stop in the water to get your stamina back.
This is on me.
I thought you had to... You were better off just moving forward. That stopping was something that you really shouldn't do. Because it would keep draining your stamina if you stopped. Can you show the current order? Defen? I'm not sure what you mean. Right now I'm taking something from the novelist's son over to the distribution center north of Mountain Knot. Standard order number 182. Our next main delivery is to bring Mama up to Lochna. That's our next main delivery, but I didn't want to do that straight away. I just wanted to kind of wander around. Maybe find some optional preppers. Hey, what's up, Squidgy Business? How's it going? That little boost of speed feels good when you come down a hill. Where am I gonna cross here? Hey, what's up, Major Ocelot? How's it going? Yeah, I wonder if the day and night cycle was originally planned. Or it would have been cool if there was, like, even scripted nighttime sequences. More of them. You know, kind of like what they do in MGS2 and 3. Where once you get to a certain point in the game, it's night, and then you get to the next main cutscene, and then the daylight changes again. You know? Having the day change as you make your way through the story at scripted sequences. Because they do that once in this game. When you get to Port Knot City, or Lake Knot City, for the first time, it's night. And you can even see the moon during that sequence. Really nice little moment, that part of the game, you know, when you first arrive off the ship. And it's night, really atmospheric. Yeah, well, at the end of the game, it's a bit different. It's, you know, you get that Aurora Borealis.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
What's up with BB? Autotoxemia.
Cargo verified. Thank you. Have a pleasant journey.
BB is out of health. 0 HP.
Rest is advised.
God, we'll be able to fix that now. Gary Face, man. That's a Twitch streamer. Is that the same Gary Face, man? I wonder. I remember watching him back in the day, like on Justin TV, I think. Pretty sure he goes way back. I wonder, is that him? 220 Legend of Legends. I think that's what that means.
So you're a treasure hunter in your spare time, huh? It's funny. I didn't think you had it.
Memory chip data stored. The following data can now be viewed via your cufflinks. Sentinel. 1 out of 6 Luden's action figurine.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let's deliver these packages.
Hey, Sam. You made it, huh? That's a relief.
Eight Legend of Legends for us. We're a little bit off 220. That's a new rank that they added for very hard mode, by the way, in case you didn't know. Hard mode has Legend of Legends, and then very hard has Legend of Legends.
Watch your back out there. No one else will.
Good work. New order available.
Sam,
Access delivery
if you're up for it, you should head over to the distro center out west of Capital Knot and take on an order bound for the city. A hardworking porter could earn himself an extra reward. Check the terminal at the distro center to see what's available.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see anything, any new announcements soon. We probably will, I'd say, within the next year.
Have a pleasant journey.
But, yeah, I guess we'll see. I found a Gary Faceman. Last stream was 5 years ago. Yeah, I think it would have been a while back. Gary Faceman. There he is. I'm making a Strand contract with you, Gary Faceman. Does anyone know if Gary Faceman is a, like... Is that name a reference to something? I wonder if that's him. What are the odds? I think I remember him being a Metal Gear fan as well. Alice in Wacky Land. Wet lettuce. I wonder, should I make some Strand contracts? Fuck it, I may as well, right? Just spam out a few of them here. How do I form a contract with you, Raguchi? Ludens is the symbol and mascot of Kojima Productions. This 1/6 scale model was created by world-renowned Japanese figurine maker Sentinel Miniatures. The extravehicular creative activity suit he wears has been recreated in exquisite detail, enabling him to boldly go where no man has gone before in order to spread the gospel of play. The Triumph Bonneville Bobber. The Bonneville Bobber is a so-called classic custom thoroughbred from revered English manufacturer Triumph. Its impeccable pedigree and best-in-class specifications make it both a beauty and a beast. Certain Bridges members also say that in connecting past and future, it makes a fine symbol of their fight to bring America back to life. I wonder, does Kojima have a genuine interest in bikes? You know, considering the history of the Metal Gear series and its use of bikes. With Eva and her Triumph bikes and, you know, Big Boss at the start of Peace Walker. At the end of MGS5 and then at the start of this game, Sam riding in on a bike. He seems to have something. He seems to have a thing for bikes. Hobo with the 8 months. Cheers. Uh-oh. There's the left analog stick going crazy again. He's from a generation when bike culture got really big in Japan, I think. Yeah. Samples and food rations to Lake Knot. To the engineer, to Lake Knot. Let's go rest. Accept my request on PS5. How does this fucking thing work? Raguchi. Arya. And Matastrophic. Okay. So now what's the deal? Are you going to appear on my list inside the game, Raguchi? Yeah, Cloud, sure. I'll make a contract. Put that up to 5.
Your work is greatly.
I mean, should Snake, Big Boss, and Sam be driving Ferraris? No. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what that's supposed to suggest. What do you mean by that?
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
It's as if I said there was something wrong with them driving bikes or something, like they shouldn't be. What? They should be driving Ferraris? I'm just pointing out the theme and recurring use of bikes. You know? Which is just kind of interesting. Especially in, like, key scenes and parallels between the games and stuff, you know? The games often beginning and ending with the use of a bike. At least in his last 3 games, you know? Big Boss riding into the beach to greet his men on a bike in Peace Walker, and then essentially abandoning them at the end of MGS5, driving away from them on a bike. And then Sam riding into Death Stranding on a bike. Along with other uses, you know, obviously Eva. I guess maybe you could draw a parallel between Eva and Big Boss as well. Eva's betrayal of Snake at the end of 3 and driving off on a bike. Let's pop a few cans here. That would be pretty funny, though, if instead of bikes in all these scenes, we had Ferraris. Isn't it the same bike in the MGS series? Is it the exact same bike that you see in those scenes as well? Eva's and Big Boss's? I'm not actually sure about humans. Maybe it is the same bike. And I guess Norman Reedus has a thing for bikes as well, right? He has that TV show, which is advertised in the game. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave that as that. All right, cool. Let's head back out. Yeah, I think all the bikes are Triumph.
Take a look. This is what the world looked like hundreds of millions of years ago. It was just one big continent.
And our strength will take us back there.
Do you know what
Isn't that right, Snake?
The moon. I'll show you the real thing soon. I promise. The whole wide world will be yours to explore. You'll be able to go wherever you want. Even the moon.
James Bond drove a Triumph once, and since MGS3 is kind of a parody of spy movies, maybe that influenced Kojima Productions. Maybe that was a part of it. It seems to go a bit beyond that, though, given, like, the recurring use of bikes. But yeah, that could have been a part of it in MGS3. Oh, this controller still seems to be kind of dodgy. Yeah. Let's see. It's set to 5 now. Let's stick it up to 8. I'm not sure if this is even going to make a difference. No, see, look. maybe I will grab a delivery, actually. I was gonna go back up to the mountain, but we can go around the other way. And deliver some shit while we're going. Muscle stimulating food. Distro Center south of Lake Knott. Yeah, I'll take that. Premium. 12 pieces of cargo, deliver with less than 8% damage. Sure. Oh, what? This wasn't here before. I guess we had to reset. Something else for the novelist's son. Novels by the father of American literature. Extremely rare old books of which only a limited number of copies were ever published. Hey, how's it going, Mask? This one to the Timefall farm. This is a pretty big one. That's a lot of kgs. Chiral density gauges for use near incinerators. Way station north of Mountain Knot City. That's a lot of kgs as well. But I think we might be able to handle all of that. Well... Oh, we have a truck here that we can use as well. Yeah, take it. Let's grab a PCC as well or some shit. What's in my locker here? Blood bags, Ola guns. These Omni reflector boots. I'll take 2 of those. Hey, what's up, Linda? How's it going? Ooh, that's a big, juicy bark. BB is fond of the sign. BB looks happy. Contracts. Yes, I'll form them right now. Bridge links. Where do I find these contracts? Do I have to exit and come back in? I think I'll wait a while. Oh wait, no, Cloud Ace. You're here. There we go, Strand contract. Raguchi, where are you? Red Wolf Crusader, is that you? Red Wolf? Yeah, this truck seems to have some extra batteries attached to it there. Let's drop this off at the Novelist's son first. is enjoying the ride. That's all you ever want. That's all the reward you need. Okay.
Okay, there you go, Speed Demon.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Okay, Mr. Novelist.
ID verified. All weapons will remain locked.
Rare texts. Just one? That's it?
Till departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Hey, man, Nictarius with the 6 months. Thank you. Or how the hell do I pronounce your name, man? Your name always frustrates me. Nictarius?
You look good, Sam. Up and ready to go.
Don't you condescend to me. Half a star.
Take care now, Sam. I'll be calling on you again. Until then.
Good work.
Counterclockwise watches to Lake Knot City. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm heading over there. Cool.
Order assigned.
Gourds are a very Japanese thing, from what I understand. Yeah, I remember his emails about gourds now. I don't think I ever maxed that guy out though.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Weapons
I think lost cargo around his place gives you a lot of star points. Yeah, I think it's pretty much always dependent on the amount of stuff that you bring. Like a really big shipment will give you more stars. Yeah, maybe it's just an Asian thing in general. Have you played Sekiro, Raguchi? You know how the gourd is like your main healing item in that game? Took a ridiculous amount of time before this game spawned an item so I could even take orders from him. Really, I went there today and I thought once you got to this part of the game, there'd always be something outside his place to give him. Are you sure you just didn't miss it, Third Mass? So I think once you get to this part of the game, he'll have stuff outside his place that you can deliver to him. But yeah, maybe it is a bit more random. I don't know.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until weapons restrictions
Give me some
lifted.
juice. Yeah, I found some stuff like right outside his front door, more or less.
Time for motor.
Keep on keeping up. Keep on keeping up.
Go. Yeah, Nico, I think if I had to be so entitled as to choose what kind of game he made next, I think I'd like a short horror game. I think would be my dream Kojima game for his next game, at least. I would like to see an evolution of this kind of game, though. Like a more fleshed out, refined version of Death Stranding, I think would be really cool. Or just interesting to see, you know. I'd like to see another game focus on traversal like this, you know. I feel like not enough open world games really focus on the idea of navigating through the land, you know. Most of them are just like hubs where you're just fast traveling to points of interest and things like that. I'd imagine his new project will be a new IP. But, yeah, I guess we'll see. Maybe it won't. Oh god. I want to be careful with these packages. We're doing premium deliveries. They can't get too scratched. Let's go back this way. RJ, thank you for the 20 months. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. We're right beside the mules here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this isn't, this isn't as easy as I thought it was gonna be. Hold on. Maybe we can move, maybe we can go over that way. Surely there's some path we can find here. But maybe this is why we can build roads here. Ooh, hello. There we go. There we go. Nice. I wonder if paths can, like, clear out rocky terrain. You know, like if enough people walk up a certain path, will it, like, clear out the space?
Break.
Like, you see how there's a path going up here? I wonder if this was originally a rockier area where you couldn't so easily drive down. Or maybe it was always sort of an open space. We're thinking the exact same thing last night. Yeah, the paths are kind of interesting. They definitely clear out space to a certain extent, I think. But I don't think they'll remove, like, big mountainous chunks of rock or anything like that. But they might remove, like, little bits and pieces of rock. Yeah, the path system is pretty cool. You prayed for dry weather at the sign of the sun. That's something that they added to the director's cut as well, I think. Or maybe that was on the PC version as well. Oh, does it disappear when you hit it as well? Oh no, it's still there.
What can't you do?
Big Boktai vibes there. Okay, I think we have some stuff for this guy up here. Really feeling like a postman at the moment, making our run. A truck full of deliveries for various people. Lectrill with the 10 months, thank you. Oh God, take it easy. Okay, we're good. I thought I lost control. Hey man, you want some likes?
Thank you. Kindly.
Wow, look at this guy. 500,000 likes? Jesus. He really didn't deserve those extra likes, but I mean, I'm a good guy. What can I say? There's something so satisfying about these paths. Just that sense of everyone wearing down the land. Something nice about it. Hey, what's up, Outer Heaven? This guy, Caralium Gauge. Oh, Christ. Okay.
Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Keep on keeping on.
Over here.
Thanks for the help.
I'm trying to say the thing. Why am I only getting the light thing popping up? I think they have to step away from me.
Hey, mine's heavier.
Hey, Sam.
There it is. You don't know the meaning of what it is to be a porter. Oh God, Sam! Turn. Turn. There you go. There you go. Oh God. I really should have just came out with smaller loads. I wanted to show off to these guys though. Show them what hard work really is. Oh God. Wait, no, we'll deliver it all in one. There we go. There we go. One more. I probably could have just parked right outside his place. Like, drove up into the terminal. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that's everything.
Hey. What?
Pristine condition. Nice. 3 stars. Charles Can has provided design data for the following. A level 2 armor plate. Okay. Cool. More coverage on the network.
Guess I'll be seeing you around then.
Or more bandwidth.
Good work. New order available.
Okay,
Please
nice.
access delivery terminal for further information.
Ranked order? Training delivery. Encryption device. In ranked training deliveries, you compete against other players to see who can complete deliveries in the shortest time. Okay, so this is something new that they added to this as well. Vove, thank you for the 15 months and the 14-month streak. Cheers. Let's just go for another standard order. Yeah, we can deliver more shit to the craftsman. More shit to Thomas Southerland. Weather station. I think I'm good. That'll do.
New and improved armor. Now, as you might expect, it provides increased protection compared to older models. Full body. Damage from gunfire is further reduced through a battery-powered system. And the more pieces you wear, the more effective the protection they afford will be. Now, that said, if your battery runs dry, the mitigation systems won't kick in. so you'll want to keep a close eye on your power levels when using this gear.
Okay. So, like, delivery speedruns. Yeah, more or less. Okay. Ugh.
Order assigned.
I don't think there were any, like, pre-order bonus things for the director's cut. But maybe they had the same ones that the original game had, like where you get just some of the equipment, like gold versions of some of your equipment. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really too crazy about the racing, as I was expecting. But it might be an easier way to grind certain materials, at least, I think. That's what you can race for.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay. Easy does it now. Would you say that the director's cut is the definitive version of the game? I'm not sure. I have yet to experience everything in the... I've yet to experience all the additions. I didn't get the pre-order bonuses. I don't think. I didn't really have. At least I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I can't even remember. I don't know. Yeah, Raguti, I mean, the racing isn't all that great, you know? It's not like the driving mechanics in this are anything to write home about. They serve their function for delivering packages, but in terms of, like, racing with them, really not the best, but I think you can at least race to grind materials a bit faster. I think that's something that you can get out of it at least. Let's cross here. When are the Game Awards anyway? Oh, Thursday. Wow. Okay, so it's close. I remember I found it pretty insufferable last year. Just the just the structure of it and the ads and everything. It was just, you know, such an overtly corporate affair. It was just kind of hard to watch. But maybe we'll get some interesting announcements, at least. Racing with Sam's movement system could be fun. What do you mean? If cars controlled like Sam's body? You had to balance back and forth as the car was moving from side to side. Or do you just mean like running races? Sprinting races against other Sams? I usually watch Dave stream it. Dave usually streams the awards. But I'm whenever I watch it, I'm always like kind of half watching it, you know. I have it on in the background. I won't be streaming the Game Awards, no. I'll probably watch Dave do it. Coffee making kit. I have something else for you though, don't I? What? Maybe that was it? Fall Guys is a great fucking game. And I don't care what anyone says. Fall Guys is a great party game. With some solid mini games. Hexagon is god tier. Deliver lost cargo. Fall Guys has quite a bit of content now. I'm not sure when you played it last, but it received like several updates and it has a wide variety of games now. I got bored of it when it first came out because, you know, I'd played all the different games so many times. But then I came back to it a few months later and there was like loads of new games.
Hey, Sam. Come.
King Midas and the Chiral Crystals. Fragile's Father and Fragile Express. Okay. Yeah, there had been several new seasons since I played it last. So it was pretty fun going back to it. Loads of new games. Ooh, look at this shit in here as well. Food samples for William Lake. Custom-made tools. Yeah, I'll take all this shit. Hey, what's up, Blood Rain?
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal.
You there, Sam? This is all my fault. I kept the truth from Lochna, and it cost us our relationship. I need to see her. Will you take me there?
What about the kid? What happens if you leave?
I know. But this thing's bigger than us now. Come back to my lab.
For further information.
I think Fall Guys is still pretty popular. It's just not like mega popular. Loads of people playing it when we were playing it last anyway, a couple of months ago. Okay, back up to William Lake. Or, you know, when we were playing it last, we were getting... You know, it's not like we were struggling to get full games, you know? We were getting 60-player matches pretty regularly, you know? Well, every time we tried, I think. Getting full lobbies. What do you mean by oversaturation? When's the next Threedogg FGC tourney? I don't know. I'd love to be able to play fighting games. But it requires such dedication, you know? If you want to get good at them. The Gamer, what's up? But in terms of, like, games like Fall Guys, in terms of oversaturation, I feel like that genre is, like, one of the least saturated. I feel like I'm kind of surprised there aren't more games like that. Party games that focus on mini games and stuff. Like, all I can really think of is fucking Mario Party.
Charged up.
It just doesn't seem to be a very popular kind of genre for whatever reason. More than anything. I don't know. You know, it's not like a Battle Royale game or whatever. Crab game, no. Yeah, I really like those types of games, you know, party games with a wide variety of mini games. Maybe there are other good ones that I just haven't played.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
All right, William Lake.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. The legend does it again. Everything looks to be in perfect condition.
Oversaturation, every major outlet, big streamer pushed screen time for the game, close to 4 months. I'm not really sure if that's why people blocked out of the game, though. Like, doesn't that happen with other games that don't die out, you know? Surely other Battle Royale games and stuff got the same treatment, but didn't die down like Fall Guys did. Games that would have been even more oversaturated in terms of genre and having clones, you know? Having other games of its type. I think it might just have something to do with the kind of game it is, you know? But I don't know.
Always a pleasure, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
I've never played a Battle Royale game, so I don't really have any opinion. I can see the appeal, though. You know, the exhilaration of trying to get first place. You know, as the numbers keep dropping down. Have I avoided them for so long? I don't know. I'm just not a big first-person shooter person or multiplayer person in general. So I don't know. I just never really got the urge to try them out. Even though I think it might be like I might enjoy them if I did, at least for a while. I played like Call of Duty back in the day, like in the early PS3 era when everyone was playing Modern Warfare and stuff like that. On my shitty internet connection. I've never played the Stalker series. I really want to play Stalker. That'll happen eventually. How's it going, Greg? This game of guns, it does have guns, yeah. Lethal weapons, non-lethal weapons. Has quite a few different weapon types. The combat is just very... combat sequences are sparsely spread out. Yeah, I played quite a bit of Modern Warfare 2. I don't really look back at those times with much fondness, though. Even though I had a decent enough time playing that game. That, I've spoken about this many times before on stream, but that early PS3 era, man, it almost killed my love for games. And I think a lot of it had to do with that sort of first-person shooter craze. Which kind of pulled me away from my single-player games that I grew up on PS1 and 2, you know? But a lot of that was my fault, really. I was just a dumb zombie. A really dumb consumer back in those days. You know, just buying all the new games, all the new releases. Not really critically thinking about what I was buying or like really thinking about my tastes, you know? I was just kind of going through the motions. Playing all these new games, but not really enjoying them, you know? And then after a while, I started to think a bit more critically about my tastes and what I enjoyed and why I wasn't enjoying so many games and stuff like that. I wish I got to play MGO2 properly back in the day, but my internet was too shitty. Maybe that was part of why I wasn't really enjoying games back then as well, because my fucking trying to play all these online games with a shitty internet connection really wasn't fun. Yeah, well, it's not like I was rolling in cash back then either. When I say buy everything that comes out, that isn't really true, you know? I didn't have money to buy every single new release or anything. But yeah, you know, I would buy a lot of the big new games that came out. And I would often be underwhelmed or disappointed. But I think a lot of that was just my own fault. Not really critically thinking about my tastes. Okay. What is this? What is this yellow sign? Oh, we already completed it. That's it. Yeah, I'll take... Oh, no, that's the engineer. No, I'm going to leave the engineer there. Oh, wait, no. We already did that. Yeah. 88 kgs to the craftsman. Yeah. We never did this. We never collected all this shit for him. Quite a bit of stuff to bring back from these mule camps. Yeah, let's just take the special alloys for now.
Order assigned.
Stick it in the truck, Sam. There you go. Okay, nice.
Beginning scan. Pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, where am I going? Back over to the engineer, then down to the distro center south of this place. And then maybe I'll do the next main delivery, or maybe I'll read some of those interviews. I'm kind of in the mood to just read some of that lore. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't have a great internet connection growing up as a kid in some ways. Like, it's crazy reading about the US Metal Gear fandom and like the things they knew back in the day before MGS2 came out and shit like that. Like MGS2 released months later in Europe. And I still had no idea that Raiden was the main character of MGS2. Even though the game had been out for months in the US. That information still did not find its way to me. And I reckon it was like that for a lot of people in Europe. So yeah, I'm kind of glad that I wasn't a part of any online fandom back in those days. I would have been majorly spoiled. Hey, what's up, Ghost or not? Okay. Resins. Special alloys.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, it's you. How's it going? Wow. Carrying all this couldn't have been easy.
Almost 5 stars with this boy. Custom hematic grenades. Okay. Stick that in my private locker.
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available.
Stuff for the engineer. Porter boots. Hey, what's up, Megalomane? Pretty stranded, just stranding around. Whoa, what is this sign? Is that a stamina restoration sign? Is that what that is? It keeps spinning. Stranding around the Christmas tree. Right, I think I should go around this way instead. If I remember correctly. Let's get a bit more juice here. Oh, hey, this is my one. 7 Dead Babies. 383 likes. Thanks, everyone. I mean, this probably just isn't appearing in many people's worlds. Because I'm not really helping people out much in general. And I think that has a pretty big effect on where it appears. Okay, we're going down this way. Roads will always get you a load of likes, yeah. Oh, look at these paths. Just beautiful. Look at this. Oh, what a path this is. Nope. Nope. Fuck you. Oh, shit! You okay, man? Yeah, he'll survive. I think. I don't think they drown. They have like little things to keep them afloat. Yeah, he's cool. The footprints here. So I guess that's another player's footprint. Other players that are carving the path here. Although this path was probably carved long before he walked it. Okay. Whoa, Jesus. Take it easy. Alright, Thomas Southerland.
Beginning scan.
I have lots of shit for you.
Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will be on.
Yeah, you have serious Batman skills in this.
Sam Porter Bridges.
I think you have to have turbo mode activated if you want to kill someone by running them over in this. And even then, you won't always kill them. It is possible to kill them by running over them, but you have to be going pretty fast, I think. That's a big load.
So you made it. Wow. I bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Well, I had a bit of help with the truck. You've been awarded the title of Great Transporter. New challenges await you as a courier, however. You've achieved delivery volume grade 30. You can now carry more cargo.
Well, take care of yourself.
Am I going to 100% this?
Please access
Probably, yeah, eventually.
information.
Like in terms of doing all the deliveries and stuff, yeah, I probably will. Maxing out all the preppers and whatnot. Anything else inside here? No. Hey, what's up, T-Rex? Good to see you. I don't really care too much about trophies. If that's what you mean by 100%. But, like, I'll probably do all the, you know, I'll probably get most of them without even trying if I go for all the deliveries and whatnot. T-Rex, thank you for the 7 months. This game can be addictive. Yeah, I find it to be, you know, when it's at its best, it's just relaxing. It can be quite zen, just sorting out all your deliveries.
Selection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
I don't use zip lines as much. Well, we only recently unlocked the zip line. I think that's what I'm going to do next, actually. Before we bring Mama up to Lochna, I think I'm going to prepare some zip lines. Around the mountain area. I think that's what I'm going to do. BB.
Hey, baby.
Setting up the zipline networks is fun. I just think they're a bit too useful in the post-game for those optional deliveries, you know? But I guess it depends on how you play the game as well, and how much you leave until the end of the game. And how concerned you are with trying to do things as efficiently as possible. If you're trying to do the post-game as efficiently as possible and you're leaving a lot of those preppers until the end before you've maxed them out, the zip lines just appear to be a bit too useful, you know? You just end up slow, fast traveling all over the map to complete your deliveries. With not much else in between. It still is engaging trying to work all that out, though. Because you do need to take all your bandwidth into consideration and really trying to get the most out of the networks that you set up. It's very satisfying using them in the mountains. You can build entire roads now up in the mountains as well in the director's cut. Charles Can, something glowing down in the crater. Hey there, Sam. Everyone's got something they're good at, right? Well, I'm no exception. Ever since I realized I was stranded here on this desert island of a continent, I've been keeping my eyes fixed to the horizon. And you know what? My vision's gotten better as a result. People have taken to calling me Eagle Eye Charles. And that ain't no lie. Who is calling you Eagle Eye Charles, though? Who are these people? I spy things long before anyone else. Chiral clouds subtly shifting in the sky, porters walking along a mountain ridge, an undiscovered hot spring down in a valley, you name it. What's more, I think I've gotten even better at it lately. I reckon it's because of the chiral network, or maybe it's all in my mind. Whatever. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you about was something I saw the other day, something small and glowing down in the crater where Middle Knot used to be. I really wanted to investigate, but we don't have any bridges people in that area. Maybe it's something you could look into if you're ever passing by. Thinking face. You gave him the name, Raguchi? Yeah, okay. Hey, what's up, bananas? How's it going? Here's the novelist's son talking about gourds. Gourds are like Noah's Ark. Mr. Sam Bridges, how many times is that now? I've lost count. I tell you though, I've grown so many gourds I don't know what to do. Every day I see more and more of those funny little shapes popping into existence. Warms my heart just to look at them. Remember the story of Noah's Ark? I'll bet you didn't know that there's a very similar tale in the Far East. It tells of a huge storm and an even bigger flood that followed. Seeing this, a man told his son and daughter to hide inside a pair of gourds. The flood grew greater and more terrible, and everybody died except those two children, from whom we are descended. So you see, gourds can save the world. And I do mean the world, not just America. I'm looking forward to giving you some come harvest time. Oh shit! We get the next follow-up here. Married life, not what I expected. Dear Sam, did you meet up with Amelie yet? I hope she lives up to your memory of her when you finally do. I didn't get so lucky in that respect, crying face. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't live with him anymore. I went back to my mom's. It was terrifying making the trip on my own, but I watched the weather patterns for days and made it. Just barely. Maybe I should have asked for help, but I couldn't bear to wait any longer. For your sake, I hope yours and Amelie's story has a happier ending. I really love the follow-up to to this story between the girl and the junk dealer. What is the whale supposed to signify here as an emote? Why does the whale symbolize her barely making it? I watched the weather patterns for days and made it just barely. It was terrifying. And a whale at the end of it. Pinocchio? I mean, within the context of what she's saying. She felt beached after her trek. Just the journey being like this thing that she had to confront. I don't know. Like the impossible odds of facing this thing and the whale representing that monumental task. I think that's probably what it is. The whale just represents the monumental task of having to cross by herself. If we're using Moby Dick symbolism. I think that's probably what it is. Maybe I should have asked for help, but I couldn't bear to wait any longer. For your sake, I hope yours and Amelie's story has a happier ending. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be a BT necessarily. Where are we at in the playthrough? In terms of the main story, we're right before where we have to reunite Mama with Lochna. More gourds from the novelist's son. Mr. Sam Bridges, thank you so much for bringing that cargo all the way out here. I must say, I didn't think I'd ever get the chance to meet the man I'd heard so much about. I respect your mission to try and rebuild the America of yore, though I can't say it's got anything to do with me. Frankly, I'm not even sure if I agree with it in principle. I really am grateful, though. Thanks to you, my life's work is back on track. My beloved gourds are looking more healthy and lively than ever. Admittedly, the ideal climate for gourds would be warmer than what we've got here, but I've managed well enough, all things considered. I hope my father would be proud. Though he made a living as a novelist, he was also something of a gourd enthusiast. I felt compelled to carry on his legacy one way or another, and since I'm no wordsmith, I really only had one choice. You know, I read somewhere that gourds used to be considered very lucky in the Far East, and that they're used as charms to ward off evil. Kind of like that dream catcher of yours, come to think of it. What are gourds made out of? I wonder if this is some kind of nod to a person in real life as well, the novelist's son. I wonder who the novelist's son is modeled after. Might be a reference to that guy's father in real life or something. Charles Can. People think bridges are terrorists. Hope you're kicking ass and taking names, Sam. We heard HQ suspects the whole Central Knot Void Out thing might have been terrorism. Kind of blew my mind to think they're hitting the East Coast already. Things have been getting worse out here, too. It was way quieter in this neck of the woods when we first showed up, that's for sure. Back then, it didn't matter what breed of crazy they were. Separatists, isolationists, leave me alone, Atarians, whatever. You could at least get them to sit down and talk. Now it's blow shit up first, ask questions later. All because some folks got it in their heads that Bridges and the UCA are the real baddies. Now that not that I'm saying we shouldn't keep on trying to speak sense to these guys. If we don't, we'll be stuck beating each other over the head with bigger and bigger sticks till the world's covered in craters. But on top of everything, now we've got these demons wackos and their wacko in chief Higgs to deal with. Not that he was always a total Fruit Loop. Used to be a porter, ran his own outfit hereabouts. And then the portmaster went postal. And then the postmaster went postal. Don't ask me how or why. I don't think even he could tell you. End of the day, only way forward is with each other, hand in hand with our fellow man. That's what the UCA is all about, am I right? Pumpkins, various vegetables, hollowed out squash to make gourds. Okay. Victor Frank, even BTs have weak spots. Hey Sam, I know you're probably doing just fine out there without any help. But you're going to want to hear this. Trust me. You remember that big BT you faced off with over in Port Knot City? The one with the gold mask-like thing? Well, I reckon that mask might just be pointing you toward its weak point. Strange, I know, but true. See, when I heard that a BT had gone after Igor, I started doing some investigating. I mean, I wasn't about to just forgive and forget, you know? Anyway, here's the gist of it. Large quantities of concentrated chiralium take on a golden color. In other words, if you see that golden glow, there's likely to be some major power source nearby. And places like that must be vulnerable to attack, right? Probably light up a Christmas tree with a few well-aimed slugs. Anyway, I think it's the same deal with that BT. Give it a whack round the chops and you'll see some fireworks, I'm sure of it. I mean, I guess it's not rocket science. Shoot into its mouth, and there's always a chance you'll hit some internal organ, and that's got to hurt. So yeah, long story short, focus your firepower on that golden mask. I'm counting on you, Sam. Get that fucker for me, for Igor. I have quite a few emails here to read. Mules, heroes or villains? Happy birthday, Sam. I didn't read this one. All Bridges members. Happy birthday, Sam. I wanted to get in touch to thank you for all your hard work. Come rain or shine, you're the man who always delivers. I don't know where we'd be without your help. You're always putting other people first, breaking your back so you don't let them down. But today's your special day. Kick back and have a few likes on us. Go on, you deserve it. A few likes, man. Oh, that's such a great present. Thank you, Faceless Bridges. Thank you, Bridges logo. Who wrote this message? Is this automated? Does everyone get the exact same message except the name is different? Here's wishing you a very happy birthday and a great year ahead, Sam Bridges. Thanks, corporation. About my brother. Ever since you told me about my brother, I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. I want to make one thing clear, though. I don't blame you for what happened. Igor wouldn't either, I know that. It's weird, though. We weren't all that close. And back when he was alive, I'd go weeks without thinking about him. But now, well, ain't that the way these things always go? You still got that little keepsake of his? Sounds kind of stupid, but I've started thinking of it as I've started thinking of it as like his alter ego or something. You know, it was his dream to go west with the second expedition, right? He never made it, but if his favorite toy does, it almost feels like it would make up for it. At least a little. You show the little guy the sights now, you hear? Lord knows I'll never get to see him. Mules, heroes or villains? Hey Sam, how's that bola gun working out for you? You put it to good use yet? Listen, I've come up with a few more ideas for new gadgets since we last spoke. And the chiral network makes it easy to share data. Makes it so easy to share data, you can fabricate stuff pretty much anywhere. In fact, I might ask you to test them out for me sometime. It's in your interests, too. What with you maybe having to go up against mules and whatever other crazies are out there. But if you do have to throw down, remember that mules used to be just like you. They were porters when the world went to hell. People trying to help people and all that chaos and confusion. Would have been hailed as heroes if they hadn't gone batshit. That's what most people think, me included. Though I heard it might not be that simple. Might be that they started out as smugglers, and that's why they can navigate all kinds of hard country. Guys like that, well, something tells me they wouldn't be altruists at heart. Guess there's no way of knowing the truth. I guess there's no way of knowing the truth of it now. Anyway, Sam, I doled out a few of those hematic grenades you brought me to some local porters, along with some blood bags. If they work as advertised, then our people might just be able to stand up to BTs if necessary. Could be a new beginning for the whole community. Do you think the whole whale imagery could possibly come from someone on the team, seeing how the US looks like a whale on the map? Does the US look like a whale on the map? I guess it does, yeah. I never even thought about that. But, yeah, look at it. That's a fucking whale. But rather than that inspiring the whale imagery, I think it probably goes a bit beyond that. Kojima seems to really like the image of a whale in general as a symbol. You know, there was whale symbolism in MGS2, in MGS5. I think a lot of it has to do with his fascination with Moby Dick, the story, which revolves around a great whale. And then there's the Kojima Productions logo itself, which features a whale prominently as a symbol, along with the Ludens mascot. So I think it goes beyond this game. But yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how I never fucking saw the whale there. Staring at me, that map. Cool. I learned something new. Let me take a look at these interviews. No blue in the inverted rainbow. Blue is a pretty prominent color in this game. It's the color of bridges. When we're down in these distro centers, we're surrounded by these blue lights. When Sam's character model is blue at the end of the game when he's on the beach. No blue in the inverted rainbow. Dead man 1 year ago. Bridges HQ. We humans are complex, multicellular organisms. 60 million cells inside each one of us, they say. How many of these cells need to die for us to consider a person dead? Are there any cells in particular which determine whether a person is alive or dead? These questions are academic, of course. The exact point of death can't be calculated using cell counts. On the other hand, no one can deny the existence of degenerate diseases that gradually destroy more and more cells, leaving their victim effectively half dead. And what about me? Most of my organs have been harvested from other people. They still work, of course, but could their original owner have been said to be alive? I really don't know. Incidentally, have you ever heard of a fun little experiment they once did with roundworms called C. elegans? These creatures are notable for glowing bright blue when exposed to UV light, but only when they die. It seems to be a reaction from the anthranylic acid within the organism, and it's known as death fluorescence. Yep, that's right. Blue is very much the color of death, it seems. Can it therefore really be a coincidence that there's no blue in an inverted rainbow? Timefall strengthens an area's connection to the beach. This is something to do with chiral particles becoming excited, I believe. In spaces connected to the beach, electromagnetic waves with a blue wavelength can travel easily through the seam, leaking out onto the beach. Some people think that's where the blue from the inverted rainbow goes. Who knows? Right, okay. Suggesting that when we see Sam as that blue figure, that it's the blue from the rainbow. Some people think that's where the blue from the inverted rainbow goes. Who knows? The fact that blue has a strong connection to death, though, that much seems pretty inarguable. Interesting. Hey, what's up, lad? My geography knowledge is complete shit, so at first I thought they redesigned the US map to look like that. So I was surprised to find out that it's the same in real life. They might have changed certain aspects of it, little edges and whatnot, to make it look even more whale-like. How's it going, Blad? Have you been enjoying FF14? Hopefully I'll get to play it soon. It's kind of almost ominous to see bridges be associated so heavily with this color as well. If you see it as symbolizing death. Especially when you think about Amelie's goals at this point, right? Where really she wants to use bridges to destroy everything. You know, she wants to hasten up this mass extinction. I'm not sure if that's what they're really getting at. But that's kind of one way to look at it, I guess. You have some problems with the story, but overall you're enjoying it. Got to some interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely keen to check it out. I've never played an MMO before, so it'll be a whole new journey for me. Fragile's father and Fragile Express. I want to read this because I think some of the additional stuff in the director's cut relates to Fragile. My father came up with the name Fragile Express before I was born. The US was Swiss cheese back then. All the void outs had left craters as far as the eye could see. People were losing their minds looking for a way out. They thought the government would have their back, but it was gone. All the systems, all the gears that kept their world turning, smashed to bits in a matter of seconds. When everything you know breaks, it's hard not to break yourself. Before our new network, there was an old one. The whole nation was online 24/7. Cameras and microphones everywhere, watching and listening and recording. There was a strange sort of comfort in that, people said. A certainty that someone somewhere would know if you were in trouble. But after the stranding, that all vanished into the ether. No one was looking out anymore. No one was coming to save you. A lot of folks died waiting before the rest caught on and took matters into their own hands. My father was one of the latter. He'd been working for a private logistics company, and he and some friends figured they were in a position to bring people supplies and repair vital infrastructure Americans used to rely on to survive. They were builders, men and women who understood the value of what was lost and wanted to reclaim it. My father and them really believed that they could get it all back, bit by bit, and make us whole. Make us America. It was a precious, fragile dream, like so much back then. But if they nurtured it, if they stayed true, he knew it could all be ours again. People, ideas, connections, all so fragile. The USA was nothing more than a network of people and the connections between them. No wonder it broke apart so easily. But everything that's worth something is fragile. That's why I was given this name. My father's not with us anymore, but the bond between us remains, fragile though it is. Hey, what's up, Dante? Good to see you. The lake at Ground Zero, Port Knot City. Victor, 2.5 years ago. When I first laid eyes on the lake here at Ground Zero, I was blown away by the sheer size of it. I never imagined anything could be so huge. This was just after the Death Stranding, and not many people had seen the craters up close yet. Back when I was still living with my parents and my brother on the East Coast, an explosion like nothing the world had seen before tore a gaping hole in the heart of America. There were all kinds of rumors floating around at the time, that it was a meteor, that it was a nuke dropped by another country. I was just a kid, but even I could tell the adults didn't have a clue. So you can imagine how I felt. And then we found out there had been other explosions, not just here in America, but the world over. By the time we learned they were void outs and what void outs were, the country was pretty much done. But hey, that was then, and this is now, and things are looking up. I just got told my kid brother's still alive. Word is he's heading up a corpse disposal team in Capital Knot City. Handled his shit well enough to get picked for the second expedition. Three more years and he'll be out here with me. Can't wait to see him again. Oh, poor Victor. Prepper interviews. Oh, we have Higgs's journal here, yeah, although we don't have all of it. Yeah, it seems like I missed out on the golden age of MMOs. Or at least the golden age of World of Warcraft. Maybe that'll benefit me though, you know? I won't know how good it used to be, so I can... It might be easier for me to enjoy. Ultima Online, yeah, that's another one. Did you play lots of Ultima Online, Vlad? What the fuck? New nightmare sequence? I haven't seen this one. I remember seeing that in the trailer. I wish I didn't watch it now. Cool. All right, let's leave normally. Okay, hold on a second. Speaking of whales, we had another one right there. Maybe that's why Melville chose the whale as a symbol in Moby Dick. Because I think it is supposed to represent America in the book as well, right? I'm really not all that familiar with Moby Dick. But I think the book serves as this larger sort of allegory about America, and the whale is supposed to symbolize it. So maybe that's why he chose the whale. Given that the country on the map kind of looks like a whale.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Or maybe he just used it because it still made sense as this, like, gigantic creature. As this fearsome giant creature. Let's see. What am I going to do? I think I'm going to set up some zipline networks. Lots of grenades. These PCCs are all almost finished, but I'll take them out anyway. If we use them quickly, we might get something out of them. Oh, well. Oh, are they level 1? Can I even make a zipline with a level 1 PCC? I don't think so. Okay. I'm gonna create... Give me 5 of those level 2 PCCs. That should be okay. I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I think I'll set up a network around the mountains. Just to make the next delivery a bit easier, getting Mama up to Lochna.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay. Wait a second. Do I want to bring anything else with me? Load of PCCs. Anything else I want? I think I'm good. Let's just go.
Okay.
Don't forget to take Mama to the hot springs. I guess we could do that. Have a sing-song with Mama. Shame we can't bring both of them to the hot spring.
So cloudy.
I'm curious if Kojima enjoys American history. Have you played the Metal Gear series, Raguchi, by any chance? I recommend checking out the Metal Gear series. That's right, though. You still need to play them, don't you, Raguchi? Just buy a PS3, man. Oh, I might have to deliver some shit to the what's her face?
God damn it, man.
The cosplayer. Just to get that place on the map. We might be okay. We can work around it. Go! Go! Maybe I should just get out here. Okay, let's get out here. BB enjoyed a sprint. BB looks happy. I should get a speed skeleton or something. I swear PS3 emulator is going to get MGS4 running at 60 FPS before Konami re-releases it. I would say so. Okay, I guess I should place one of them around here. This is where we should begin, I think. Jesus. Yeah, okay.
It's a close one.
What the hell was that? Why did BB get excited there, and what was that sound effect? Okay, I'm just going to place this here.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Construction complete.
Does BB's symbol change when excited? I feel like that face symbol looks a little bit different than usual. I'm not sure, Fleetwood. Yeah, I think they did add in new little responses for BB in the director's cut, like the little comments you get when BB gets excited and stuff. I think they did add more of those. Hey, Elment. It said BB is proud of Sam for holding out. Right, okay. Yeah, I don't think that was in the original version. Okay. That should do it.
Let's do this. Still not done yet.
Construction complete.
Boom. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep making this network up along to Mountain Knot. Or at least as far as we can go. Sweet. Hey, Buddy Arts, how's it going? BB is no longer excited. Right, I see. So the excitement thing is like a whole new addition for BB?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay. Not sure what I'd be better off using in a situation like this if I just want to plant a zip line network in the mountains. I think the speed skeleton would probably serve me best. Not carrying around cargo or anything really. Let's go for a speed skeleton.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
The maximum is 300, I think. Yeah. If we upgrade the zip lines, I think we get an extra 50 meters or something like that, don't we? I think we can get it up to 350 max.
Construction complete.
The zipline length improves to more than 400 on level 2. Oh, wow. I thought it was just an extra 50 that we got. But it's been a while since I did all this shit. Let's try going up a bit further. But in theory, you only need every other zip line to be level 2 to benefit from the range. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess it might depend. Although, yeah, no, you're right. What changed in the story in this version? There's an extra little scenario that's dedicated to Fragile's character. I think, anyway, from what I've played of it so far. It's like a set of missions inside an underground facility. You unlock 2 of those missions early on in the game, and then I think you get the bulk of them near the end of the game. So I haven't really seen much of it yet. What I have seen wasn't really all that great. It kind of felt a bit tacked on, but I'm intrigued to see the rest of it, which I don't think we'll see until I get to the end of the game. Oh shit, right, no chiral network coverage. Well, that's not good. Okay. I think I can deliver something to that woman in between Mountain Knot and this place. You know, the woman up by the spring, up by the hot spring. I don't suppose anyone in chat remembers where I get the first delivery for her. Because I think I can get her on the network before I bring Lochna up to, or before I bring Mama up to Lochna, I think I can get her on the network. From Mountain Knot City. Oh, we didn't have any deliveries from Mountain Knot City, though, I don't think, that we were allowed to take. I just remember last time I played this, I was able to bring Mama a good stretch of the way by zipline. I was able to bring her up further than this. Almost the whole way. Okay, screw it. Oh, are you talking about lost cargo lights out? There's some dropped cargo beside the doctor that I can bring to the roboticist. I think it's the roboticist that I'm fuck. I think it's the roboticist that I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Walked up worse.
Is that the hidden subtext of Death Stranding? It's really all about how back in the day it used to be harder. Go, Sam. Well, that speed skeleton didn't last for long, but at least I got something out of it.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That was a serious jive there, Sam. I like that trail. Oh Christ, this is steep. Maybe I should look at the map. Santa. Weather station. Yeah, hold on. Let's go over this way. Hey, there's stuff. Yeah, look, there's loads of shit here for the roboticist. ACLOs, what's up? Yeah, I think we could have taken an easier path. Oh, here's the hot spring. Nice. These PCCs are probably going to be fucked by the time we get her on the network.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until...
I can't fade.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh, it's the snow. The timefall snow. It's clearing. It's clearing. The falling snows invigorating waters. Due to the abundance of minerals in this spring, its waters are exceedingly effective at leaching impurities from the body. While this aids recovery, restores stamina, and delivers lasting health benefits, visitors are advised that prolonged exposure can lead to dizziness and fainting. I wonder, is that something that can actually happen? Can you pass out if you stay here long enough? Oh, BB! This is director's cut, yeah. He has a few different animations here, but you'll usually only see the one where he swims around like that. The other one seems to be kind of rare, where he'll like go underwater and pop back up. Yeah, I wonder, does he get any new animations when you max him out? When you max your connection? Maybe that affects it as well, I don't know.
Ba-ban, ba-ban, ban, ban. Ban-ban, ban, 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 ban. Ban-ban, ban, 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 ban. Ba-ban, ban, 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 ban. EU Dana. EU Dana. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
1 like received from BB. Maybe singing the song affects it. Let's see if he goes underwater this time. Oh, yes! He's doing it!
Yeah. Soak it in.
What was that? Flapping his wings. Do it again. BB is a girl. Yeah, I shouldn't say he, but that's the he's a he up until the post credits, okay? Up until the twist. Back to normal.
Now this is living. Oh, hell yeah. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in. Now this is living.
Oh no, don't worry about it, Buddy Arts. You can talk spoilers all you like. Hey, what's up, Viking? How's it going? Wait a second. Did I grab any of that shit?
Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I kind of want to grab that other stuff for her as well.
Beginning scan.
I don't think this one piece of equipment will get her on the network.
Verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure.
That was
Cargo
close.
verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
Oh, you made it. You've done me a great service, and that's no exaggeration.
Two stars.
I hear you're the one to talk to about the chiral network. Is it true that a contractor let me access your schematics and so forth? I want to share my research with everyone. Let them read it. Let them learn from it, like I learned from their work. Make me a part of the UCA.
Nice. Yeah, I knew it was possible to get her on the network before we brought Mama up here. I just didn't think we'd be able to do it with one little piece of equipment. One small delivery. Okay, nice. All-terrain skeleton.
Very good, very good. Guess we're in this together now, Sam. I'd love to show you around the place, but it's a terrible mess.
Good work. New order available.
Isn't that the active skeleton the roboticist built? It should be useful on mountain trails and bad roads.
I don't think this thing gives us any kind of speed boost, though, does it? Okay. I really wish I could stop this thing from moving so I could read this at my own pace. This little paragraph here. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to use the speed skeleton with Mama or the power skeleton. I think the speed skeleton would probably be better. I don't think she weighs me down that much. I think she'll probably weigh me down just as much if I have the power skeleton. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. We'll be going most of the way by using zip lines anyway, so. Okay. Bum 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 bum.
We're rooting for you.
You are. Nothing appearing on the network yet.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
There we go. Nice one. Headshot kills. Your name is absolutely fucking horrendous.
This one's for you.
But I really appreciate that generator. Nonetheless. Headshot kills. What the fuck, man? Is this guy living in 2008? I mean, I guess it's an old account. There's no way someone is making that account with that name in this day and age. Or maybe they do, you know, I don't know. I don't play online first-person shooters. Hold on, what did I just pick up there? Lost cargo? Fuck your lost cargo. I'm putting that back on the ground. Let me grab a couple more PCCs as well, actually. And another pair of boots wouldn't hurt. Never expected a person with that ID to play a game like this. Hey, you can't judge a book by its cover.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridge.
Okay. Fabricates. Couple pair of boots. A couple of PCCs. Beautiful. Don't let samurais see this, chat. Wait, why?
Good morning, Sam.
Oh, Jesus. Take it easy.
Restrictions lifted.
I'm not really sure where I want to plant my first one here. Maybe go all the way up to that peak up there. Let's do that. I'm pretty sure this is faster than using an all-terrain skeleton. I think the speed skeleton is still the best for speed, as long as you're not carrying much. And I think even if you are carrying quite a bit, it still might be better in the long run in certain areas. But I haven't done much testing, so I'm not sure. Oh god. Stop! Stop moving! Oh no, I can't climb this. Oh, yes! The all-terrain one is really good for plowing through the snow. Yeah, is it better than the speed skeleton? Are you faster with the all-terrain than the speed?
Make this thing work any faster.
I think the all-terrain one is definitely better for like keeping your balance going through the snow.
Construction complete.
But I'm not sure if it is faster. I think it is just for snow, though. Interesting. Okay. I'd almost go back down if I can afford to buy an all-terrain, just to test it out, perform a bit of science, see which one is faster. Sorry, BB. Oh! It'll be over soon.
Beginning stand. Standing bridges ID.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Ooh, do we get the first one free? We don't. Okay, equip it. That's pretty fast. Nah, with the speed skeleton. Not much between them, I think, but I think the all-terrain might be a bit faster. Oh, I don't know. They're very close. But I guess with the all-terrain, you also get better balance. I think they're around the same in terms of speed. But you just get better balance on top of the speed with the all-terrain.
Weapons restrict. Beginning scan.
But speed is probably still
Weapons restriction.
a lot faster on regular land. And you get those big super jumps as well, which I don't think you can ever do that with the all-terrain. You also get better weight capacity with all-terrain, at least from comparing level 3. Okay. Yeah, field team leader. It's quite a difference when you're playing the game for a second time as well. Like double jumping across little streams and stuff like that. Whereas on the first playthrough, you'd be like placing down ladders and going really slowly. Going out on deliveries, over-prepared, bringing shitloads of hematic grenades, weighing yourself down. At least I did that a lot on my first playthrough. I think the game definitely loses some of its magic after the first playthrough. So I think a big part of what made this game so enjoyable to me on the first playthrough was just how I didn't know anything about it, you know? Didn't know how anything worked or anything. Just the...
God damn, it's cold.
Just that whole learning process was really enjoyable on the first playthrough. So on the second playthrough, when you know how everything works, it loses some of its mystique. But of course, that just comes with the territory. I'm not sure if I should plant this here. $393. What games are better the second time playing? There are probably some games like that.
Still not done yet.
Certain action games that have high skill ceilings. Probably like a game like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta. I think games like those get more rewarding as you keep replaying them on their higher difficulties. I would say even some Metal Gear games on a gameplay level are more enjoyable on repeat playthroughs. You know, I definitely had way more fun playing MGS2 on Extreme than I did on lower difficulties when I first played the game.
For a second.
Fuzzy with the 6 months. Thank you. Feefer with the 26. Thanks to Mint for your gifted sub. Hey, Feefer. Hey, Storm as well. How's it going? Lurking there. I think the best feeling was when I realized that the BTs were just lost souls and not the zombies, ghosts that the game painted with broad strokes at the start. When I hit that turning point, they became problems to be worked around and not monsters to be feared from a gameplay perspective. Yeah, I find the BTs to be a bit disappointing. Once you get to the halfway point in the game, I feel like they could have spiced those encounters up a bit. Because after a while, you get used to how to deal with them, and they don't really become they're not really a threat anymore. I feel like if they introduced new BT types or something, that could have been interesting to spice them up. And especially on repeat playthroughs. You know, they're kind of easy to master, you know? Getting through those sequences. Maybe you can still slip up every now and then, and you do still need to be careful. But I guess I wish the BT encounters were a bit more challenging overall. Yeah, Dave, I agree. How's it going, though? What's up? Alerts, did I thank you for those 4 months? Thank you. Fuzzy Orca, T-Rex, Vove, everyone from earlier. I'm pretty sure I thanked everyone. Cheers, and Feefer, good to see you. Yeah, I hope you've been having fun with FF14, Dave. Hopefully I'll get to play it sometime soon.
Let's go.
Yeah, Dave. It seems to be much worse if you're a brand new player. If you're trying to join with a completely new character, you can't even get to see the queue. I'm outside the queue. I'm outside the line. All the people in the queue are looking at me, laughing at me, pointing at me. I can't even get into the queue. It's lashing rain as well. All the rain is pouring on me, but they're inside the queue and they have this little canopy protecting them, so they're not even getting hit by the rain. They really don't treat new players properly at all. Where am I going? I didn't even have the option to choose the cat girl because I think I have to activate the second expansion in order to select the cat girl, even though I can't play the second expansion. It's kind of weird. I can play as the cat girls from the start, but I have to like activate the other expansions or something in order to do that. But I don't think I'm going to bother with that. Because I don't think I'm going to play as a cat girl. I don't know who I'm going to play as, though. I'd like to do my character creation on stream so we can... I'd like to make that decision on stream. I was thinking of playing as a little ginger man. You know those little boys, those little girls, the Lalafels, or whatever they're called. I was thinking of making a little ginger wee man. People don't like Lalafels, apparently. Do Lalafels get lots of abuse from the community? Who gets the most abuse? The Lalas get the most abuse? Really? Lala players very smug. They deserve the abuse. Yeah, I guess I could picture that, you know, making up for their short stature. They go around shouting at everyone. Because you wouldn't really expect them to be crude and vulgar looking at them. That might be what... Yeah, I think they might suit me well. Yeah, I think I might play as those wee lads.
Construction complete.
Mini Steve. Mac Steve. Johnny McSteve. Frank McSteve. Okay, I think we have this zipline network sorted out. Almost. You can't play this on PS3, no. Ooh, nice. This whole place is on the map. Okay. Wow, yeah, we can go straight over to Mountain Knot. Don't fall. The Christmas sounds play here all the time, Freeman. Let me take another look at the map. Okay. Okay. Ha! I'm not holding my breath. Way too cool to hold my breath. See? Okay, I think this is... I don't think I can go much further than this. Oh, I probably went way too far. Hold on. Is that past? Ooh, 267. Okay. Okay, here's the line. Ah. Hey, there we go. That'll do. Okay. FF14 does have crossplay, does it? Between PC and console? Have you tried out any other MMOs, Bloody Crow?
Construction complete.
Yeah, from what I hear, FF14 works quite well with the controller. So I'm going to try that out, even though I'm playing on PC. Just because I prefer to sit back with my current setup, if possible. Yeah, I think I'm going to give it a try, Salami. As soon as I can join, I can't even get in a queue right now as it stands. After 2 hours of waiting, I'm 159 in the queue. Jesus. Yeah, I'm outside the queue in the lashing rain. Not even allowed in the queue. Maybe I'll try sometime next week, like during the day, midday. I don't want to do it too early in the morning because most of my audience won't be around at that time. Yeah, we'll see. You're on the trial, I take it. I don't know. I don't think so. I bought the game and the expansions. I think I bought the whole package. But I keep hearing of people talking about how they like thought that they were playing the game, but they really just had the trial version or something. I don't know. I don't think I have the trial. Yeah, I don't think I'm playing the trial. Like, I booted up the game. I didn't see trial version anywhere on the screen. I got into the character creation and everything. I'm pretty sure it's the full game. Yeah, I mean, I paid for it. The trial has like 250 hours of content. Are you an FF14 player, FIFA? Oh, Jesus. These packages are in rusty shape. Those PCCs are completely fucked. Nice. No, I just Google shit. Always Googling. Okay. Look at this fancy rope. Rope? Da. Hey, what's up? I guess I'll use the bridge to cross here. BB enjoyed a big jump. BB looks happy. Yeah, BB's icon does change. BB goes Super Saiyan when excited and has like spiky hair. Right now we're not seeing any spikes on his head. Irish, Hanor. And thank you.
That was close.
Are these... Can I use any of these? Oh no, they're all fucked. Shit, okay. I think if I actually put it in my little pouch in the tool rack, I think that's... I don't think they degrade as fast. I think. I really need to get the cover for my backpack. I forget how you get that. I can't remember where you get that unlocked. Love those hexagonal stone columns. Yeah. Giant's causeway vibes. I think my favorite area is the volcanic place. The rocks there are so nice. Is it the chiral artist T-Rex? Yeah, I can't remember.
You should have more faith in yourself.
Hey! I do have faith. Ooh, that looks nice. Hey, Feefer, gifting out the 10 subs. Cheers, man. Cheers, Feefer. Enjoy. Whoever got a free sub. This is a really nice part of the map. These rocks. This little valley here. The way the water looks as well, the wet rocks up there. Really nice. Mail received from Benjamin Hancock, avoiding autotoxemia. Oh, here he is, berating me over my treatment of BB again. I'm missing this conversation you're having, Dave. It was just funny reading that out of context. What's this guy saying here? How's it going, Sam? You still taking care of your BB? I'm sure you are. Not like some porters I could mention. Some guys practically shake their pods till their BBs start crying. Some of them even ditch them when the crying becomes too much. Of course, a quiet BB isn't necessarily a good thing. Could mean the kid's suffering from autotoxemia. Man, the thought alone stresses me out. It happened to me once, you see. I was out in BT territory and I couldn't make it back to a private room in time. I could tell my BB needed time in an incubator, but I was too late. Autotoxemia is a terrible thing, Sam. He was just floating there in his pod. Wouldn't react no matter what I did. BBs can't detect BTs in that state either, obviously. So even the most stone-cold porter would be sweating bullets. Truth be told, though, I was more worried about my BB than I was about myself. Screw the PR bullshit. They're not just equipment. I don't go saying that to just anyone, but I know you feel the same. If you ask me, a BB's no different from any other baby. Treat them with love and affection and they'll react to you, same way they'd react to a parent. Sorry, I know I'm getting emotional, but can you do me a favor? Try to make sure your BB never suffers from autotoxemia, okay? And if they do, take care of them and do whatever you can to make them feel better. I will, Benjamin. Let's get some juice here. Okay. BB sympathizers. Ba-da 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 bow. Ba-da 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 bow. Ba-da bow. Ba-da ba-da do. Ba-da ba-da bow. Ba-da ba-ba-do. I didn't realize we triggered the scene by just walking in here.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Got something for you. These are your new cufflinks. They still work as a terminal, but I've added a weapon function. I was able to redesign everything from the ground up after the last connection.
They're weapons too now.
That's right. Cord cutters. I should explain. BTs are connected to the other side via umbilical cords, right? When those cords bring the matter of our world into contact with the antimatter of theirs, boom. Void out. But, just as Deadman theorized, your blood does have unique properties. It can be used to cut a BT's cord. So, I've added that function. Cut the cord of the BT, and it returns to the world of the dead. No BT, no void out. Win-win.
These things can cut them loose.
If you can get close enough without them noticing, yes.
Cord snipping super handcuffs.
Right. Let's try them out. Cut the cord connecting us. She's sound asleep. I made sure she got plenty of milk. Just do it. Please, Sam. Set her free. This world was never hers, but all the same, I didn't want her to leave it. Even though she's already lost. Truth is, she's not really my daughter.
The attack and everything, that was all a lie?
No, that part was true. My ovaries can't produce eggs, and Lochna has trouble with her uterus. Long story short, neither of us can have children. I was alright with it. I mean, children, who needs them, I thought. But my sister thought differently. Lochna wanted a child, someone to carry her genes. She fell in love with another member of Bridges, but he died in an accident. She was devastated, of course, as was I. Back then, strong emotions like that, I could feel hers, and she could feel mine. When I sensed her desire to join him, to end it, I went to her and said, let's have a baby. We took one of Lochna's eggs and fertilized it with his frozen sperm. And I carried it to term. A healthy baby grew inside me. But then there was the attack. And our bond was severed. I wanted to tell her, but I was bound to the child. I couldn't just abandon her. But I was wrong. Lochna needs to know. You have to break some ties to forge others. Keep me tied to everything. If we're going to reconnect the world, I need to reconnect with my sister first.
Look at Phoebe.
Sam. Do it. Sam. Take me home to Lochna. Sam, would you set me up? I haven't been outside in a long time. It's just too much to take in all at once.
You sure? Thought you might be claustrophobic after your time in the rubble.
I'll be fine, so long as I can see out of the bag. The warmth of the light, the touch of the wind, the scent of the world. Lucky you. The two of you are still connected. Okay, Sam. Let's go.
Haptics just went insane there. All kinds of zipping shenanigans going on inside the controller. You know what might help with the grieving process, Mama? A hot spring. Let's go get naked in the hot spring. I guess I'm just gonna have to leave everything else here.
I had a special surprise prepped and everything. But it looks to me like your hands are full. It's no biggie. We can always tweak the rules a bit. looks hungry. All you gotta do to make it out alive is not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Okay. I think two more of them spawn here as well on this difficulty. Let's see how easy it is for me to run away. Oh Christ, yeah, okay. Oh God! I have a speed skeleton. Ah! Get wrecked.
Wow, Sam. That was close.
Still pretty easy. Maybe I should have went for the lethal approach this time. But I wanted to see if it would be much harder to run away when there was 3 of them. Still doesn't seem to be too bad. I think I took a wise path there, though. I think I was kind of clever going towards the bridge. It seemed like a good path to take. Yeah, I'd imagine they're pretty tanky on very hard. What do you get for beating them? Just a load of chiral crystals? What kind of shit boss loses to a guy with a girl on his back who just runs away? Yeah, they're not the most they're not the most aggressive. It kind of feels like you should be locked into that fight almost. You know, it's such a bombastic presentation. That opening scene, it's like, ah! It's just kind of jarring when you run away, you know, 20 seconds later and the fight is over after you run away from them. After such an introduction. Oh, go! Oh shit! I wanted to get more PCCs. Hold on, we'll zoom back. I think Mama's cutscenes are working better for me this time than they did on my first playthrough. Like, I'm enjoying them a little bit more. I found her teeth to be really distracting on my first playthrough. But for some reason, they're not bothering me as much this time. Like the Uncanny Valley effect. It's still there, but I'm just not really as bothered by it this time for whatever reason. Scales better at a higher res. I think it might have something to do with that. Maybe the frame rate as well or something. Mama. Mama is in charge of Bridges delivery systems. and is also the organization's chief mechanic. She's having to be transported in one of the body bags usually reserved for corpses. Okay, nice. Hey, EGADS, what are you talking about here? Are you asking me about FF14? I was watching your VODs and I heard you were going to check out FF14. I've been watching Very Dave play and I'm very excited. Yeah, I have the game. I bought the game. I started it up yesterday off stream just to look at the character creation and just to see what the queues were like to get into the game. But as it stands, or as it stood yesterday, I couldn't even get into a queue. It was that busy on any of the European servers. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do that eventually. Hopefully sometime soon. But yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna stream everything. You know, I'm gonna stream my character creation and all of that. You know, ideally, I would like to stream everything. So hopefully, we'll find the time one of these days. Yeah, I've never played an MMO before, so it should be interesting. I'm quite familiar with the Final Fantasy series, though. The mainline series, like I've played pretty much every game in the mainline series. So I'll be familiar with some of the themes and references and whatnot. Characters, creatures. Oh yeah, we were going to take her for a bath. We can take her for a bath up in the up at the roboticist's hot spring. Oh, hey, nice one, Bloody Crow. Hotline Miami 2 is kind of a strange beast. The some of those levels are really bullshit with how they shit on your face. But it comes hard with the vibes, and I love the fractured story and the characters, which kind of makes up for how frustrating the gameplay can be at times. Although I still do like all the unique characters in Hotline Miami 2. You know, how they mix up the gameplay a lot. But yeah, some of those levels can be really frustrating. Yeah, it's just a lot of the levels in Hotline Miami 2 encourage a very limited style of play, I think. Where they're kind of very linear and you feel like you just have to do a lot of baiting the enemy out and lots of enemies killing you from off screen and shit. It can be It can feel quite unfair at times. I preferred the world of Hotline Miami 2. Like, I loved all the character switching and the fractured story and everything. And I think I prefer the soundtrack of 2 as well. Okay, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I guess I'm going down here. Oh Christ, okay. Back up this way.
Hey!
Nice.
You alright?
Over here!
No one's here.
I don't think I did that on my first playthrough.
Be quiet, Sam.
Anyone?
I'm here too.
Hello?
I'm here.
Hey!
I'm here too. You're not alone.
Mama will have a, she has a monologue here. She'll start talking eventually.
Hey, you okay?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I think we'll get to sing together later if I take her to Hot Spring. Or maybe only the junk dealer's girl sings, I don't know. Hey, what's up, box? Ooh. Let's connect up these two as well. Oh, fuck, I can't. Okay. I guess we'll just leave this like this for now. Bum, 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 bum. You are.
Construction complete.
The hospital I was staying at was partially by the bridge. Still a little bit trapped in Florida. I've been scared to death for just ever since. Yeah. I know how that must sound considering our employer.
We just hang here, let her tell her story.
I'm scared of the dark, too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
No, BTs! Fuck you, BTs! Well, we got our minute. We got our minute's worth. That's why I got off the zip line. Because I thought if I zoomed over the BT area that it would cause the music to fade out. So I thought I'd walk. But the BT still got me. Goku with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Cheers. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, it's nice being able to turn off the BT cutscene. It didn't really bother me as much as it did other people on my first playthrough, but it's definitely nice not having to watch it every time.
Listen. Hey, Sam. Do you remember your own birth? Me, I remember being inside the womb. I wasn't alone. I could hear my mother's heartbeat. Hers and Lochna's. We were conjoined twins. One and the same before we were born. But then they tried to separate us with surgery. The operation was successful. We were still one. We knew each other's thoughts without saying a word. My joy was her joy. Her pain was my pain. And no distance was too great for us to overcome. Some might call it a kind of telepathy. Divided in body, joined in spirit. Yet each just for us.
Down below, thank you.
And we share our own private chiral network, you might say. With Cupids, we can build one that will let everyone share what Lochna and I have. I saw it all laid out before me after I signed up for Bridges. A network could unite everyone, no matter how scattered or different. It would make us whole.
She kept her cool pretty well there.
It wouldn't be about bringing people into line. It would be about bringing them into the fold, where they would share alike. I knew it could change the world. With Almo's help, we finalized the Cupid design. But after the attack and the birth, everything changed. For the first time in my life, Lochna wasn't there. But I'm not alone anymore. I can feel her again. She's close. Thank you, Sam. I feel whole again. You and me, Six. Me and you. Sorry, Lochna.
They did mention the father in that last scene, but I can't remember what she said exactly. I don't think they say what happened to him. Gabalo. Did I pronounce it Gabalo or Gabalo? I can't remember how I pronounced it now. Aren't Mama and Lochna named after, like, two craters or something in real life? Or maybe it's just Mama. Mama's real name is Malingan, right? And I think that's a reference to some real-life crater or some volcano or something. I think it's some kind of crater. I'm not sure if Lochna is also a reference to a crater. Is it both of them, or is it just Malingan? I guess it would make sense if it was two craters, given the twin parallels.
All right, let's get this done.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will be
Oh shit! I forgot to.
footwear condition poor.
I forgot to go to the hot spring. I didn't want to interrupt her story by going to the hot spring. Ah, it's okay. I'm not going back now. That's too much of a trek. Deliverable, Mama.
Lingan, no. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's good to hear your voice again. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. Tried to save her. I couldn't. You don't have to say any more. Look, man. You need to fix his Cupid. I couldn't save our child, but you can save our world. Only you. I love you. You hear me? Forever. And always. Now, make the world whole, okay? Just like you make me. All that she went through, I had no idea. I thought she'd severed our bond on purpose, that she stole our child and ran. I fixed your Cupid like she asked. The limiter should be functioning properly now. There is one thing. Before I sat down to work, I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that, or my memory's going to pieces.
Someone rewrote your code?
Rewrote might be overstating it. Let's just say it wasn't the latest version I released. And yet, because of it, I was finally reunited with Malingan. Could be we found our culprit already. She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her. Her Ka passed over to the other side, but her Ha remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals. Shame she couldn't use her favorite invention. She did all that to keep me and our daughter safe. Sis? I can hear you. before in the womb, remember? Lingen. Lochna.
Well done, Sam.
Sam's like, what the fuck?
Thanks to you, Edge City is finally within reach. And you, Lochna, your work will help ensure that the Chiral network remains online. Together, we might just make it all the way west. Now then, Sam, there's something else you ought to know. We've been studying the data from when you claim you encountered those soldiers. We had audio, which doesn't paint a complete picture on its own, but the languages, the names, and
Die Hardman really reminds me of the Colonel, with how he cuts in situations like this with his skull face and his extremely cold orders.
terms we picked out, the munitions we could identify. Everything seems to indicate that you were on a battlefield over 100 years ago. World War I, to be precise. It wasn't a dream. Wasn't a hallucination. Maybe you were spirited away to another dimension or something. And given the time discrepancies, maybe you were sent to a beach. Can't say anything for certain. That said, I've never heard of a beach turned into a battlefield. But beaches are shaped by the will of the people who inhabit them. Perhaps Hartman can offer a more rational explanation. Beaches are his specialty. Unfortunately, he's still outside the Chiral network. Anyway, get some rest. No use dwelling on questions we can't answer yet.
Your work is greatly...
Not quite as inhuman as the Colonel, but he reminds me of him. Yeah, we learn more about the mask later on.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Sam, the film director's asked for you by name. Needs a package picked up from the distro center south of Lake Knot City. He's got a special reward set aside for you. Or so I hear.
Let's have a few cans.
Hello?
Ooh, looking for this? Surprise. Fragile warped me here. I finally got to visit the beach. Well, her beach. Don't worry, I didn't come all this way for the sightseeing. Your beloved BB has a serious issue. You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect BBs via the chiral network to their still mothers back at HQ. Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this world and the other side. Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here has been leaning further and further towards the world of the living. Towards you, Sam.
It's because we're partners.
Partners? Sam, a BB's a tool, not a human being. Bridge, yes. Baby, no.
So tell me what the problem is.
This tool, this weapon, is transforming into a living being. It's gaining weight, Its brain activity is increasing. It's accumulating memories. BB-28 is becoming self-aware, becoming an actual child.
Doesn't sound like a problem to me.
It's hardware, Sam. Manufactured for a purpose. A purpose it cannot fulfill outside the pod.
Twin Peaks reference.
There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it. Which hardly matters because at this point, it'll cease functioning within a couple of days.
Cease functioning?
That's right. Not even the pod will be enough. It'll be bricked.
What do we do?
We reset it. You'll have to leave it with me, of course. I'll cut the cord that links the two of you and then perform an operation that reconnects it to the other side. Think of it as a little tug to correct its alignment, to put it back where it belongs, right between the world of the living and the dead. But like I said, you'll have to be without it for a while.
You're sure this'll work?
Of course. One catch, though. The surgery may erase its memories.
Erase? They'll forget me?
Relax. The BB will still function as intended. You just have to trust me. Come on. I'm telling you, it's like a game. Just select retry and start again. And this is why I hate these things. Sam, I was already filthy from my trip through the beach, but now your BB has added insult to injury.
What are you doing, you creep? Get out of my private room. Get out of my shower. Stay away from my BB. I loved how they transitioned to this sequence. It's so strange. I like that Sam doesn't just go straight to him. Fuck, I should have stopped there to look at BB.
No one can spy on us in here. It's just you and me. No audio records of what we say. No video for lip reading analysis. Get closer. Die Hardman cannot know of this. Understood? I've been doing some digging into the first BB experiments. Officially, they were suspended by the government, following a void out which claimed the life of the then acting president. Documents were shredded. BB technology banned, yes? But obviously, the experiments continued in secret, on the direct orders of President Strand.
Bridget?
The BBs were essential to solving the mystery of the Death Stranding. Oh, she had big plans for them. They weren't designed just to be BT detectors. She wanted to incorporate them into the chiral network to facilitate travel to the beach. But none of her plans ever came to fruition. And now BB Tech has fallen into terrorist hands.
What's Die Hardman's part in this?
I'm afraid to find out. I don't know how long he was working for Strand. I don't even know his real name or his face. I thought you might, since you two go further back.
He was already wearing a mask when I met him. Something about burning his face.
Right. Sorry. Any data we have from back then is classified at the highest level. As far as I know, the director is the only one with clearance. But the chiral network presents a new opportunity. By compiling fragmented data in the public domain from all across the country, I might be able to piece together a little more of the puzzle. Be careful, Sam. They're watching. Well, Sam, you're a good sport. I'll give you that.
That's good.
Still, it's a fine way to get out of doing the laundry.
Just fix BB, all right?
Oh, no. You'll be doing the fixing. I'd never manage without your help. Check the delivery terminal upstairs for the details. When you're ready, of course.
I really like that shower scene. It's a great combination. Sam's fear of human interaction combined with Deadman's lack of social skills. Deadman's struggle to... Well, I guess they're both struggling to be human in a way. But, you know, Deadman has that natural awkwardness around people. Doesn't really know how to behave like a person. And Sam doesn't want anything to do with people. He's afraid of being touched. The sound is great during that scene as well. It has like a weird balance. A really good balance, I think, of like humor and a kind of strangeness, eeriness. No BB. What was the Twin Peaks reference? When he said that it was designed for a purpose, manufactured for a purpose. When he was talking about BB, the line manufactured for a purpose is something that the one-armed man says in The Return. I'm pretty sure that's what he's referencing anyway, that phrase, manufactured for a purpose. The bridge's logo is heavily modeled on the owl cave symbol from Twin Peaks as well. Oh, no BB. No Lou. Yeah, I think we, you knew about the Owl Cave one? Yeah.
Condition 4. Replacement is advised.
Can we see it out here? I don't think we can see it here. No. Yeah, I guess you can't see it in distro centers, only when you go to visit preppers.
Footwear condition 4. Replacement is advised.
I think, anyway. Yeah, my boots aren't looking so great.
Deadman tells me your BB isn't performing to spec. We'll have to put your primary mission on hold until we restore its functionality. It's our only Dooms-compatible unit. And you're gonna have to deal with more BTs as you head further west. Case in point, Amelie's informed us of a tar belt outside of Edge Knot City. A massive region crawling with BTs that Higgs supposedly summoned. And as much as we want you to get her out as soon as possible, you'll have a snowball's chance in hell without your BB. So your first priority is to help Deadman restore it to working order. And since he's on site, maybe the two of you can discuss it in person.
Sam, I'm a little busy at the moment, so I hope you don't mind if we stick to Hollow. First, I need you to link up a few preppers in the area so we can increase local chiral density. That's to bolster the connection between BB-28 and its still mother. Then, as I explained earlier, we need to correct your BB's alignment. To facilitate that process, we need to quite literally put some distance between you two. Keep it here while we send you out. If everything goes to plan, your BB should resume normal function.
Fortunately, this plan advances our other objectives. We want to integrate this region into the chiral network anyway. So build relationships with the preppers by making deliveries and convince them to come on board. It's not easy to make a home for yourself in those mountains. Even so, plenty of people had a mind to try. You'll find shelters scattered throughout. We've got a whole list of orders from them waiting to be processed. Remember, though, that you're dealing with folks who chose to live out there. Folks who probably value their privacy. Don't think for a second it'll be easy to win them over. You'll have to earn their trust, bit by bit, job by job. Another thing, Sam. You'll be making runs without a BB for a spell. That will vastly diminish your ability to detect BTs. So keep your eyes and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. And stay the hell out of the rain if you can help it.
Okay. Cloud, what do you think of the Long Twin Perfect video on the return? I have some pretty big fundamental disagreements with it. The idea that everything in the show has to serve one central idea, like, I don't think that's true. And I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the big claims regarding Judy and stuff like that. But I do think there's some good stuff in there all the same. Like, I do think the TV meta-narrative aspect is a part of the show. That's definitely a part of it. But yeah, I don't agree with it all. But I do think there's some good stuff in there. I thought the analysis of the scene, the convenience store scene was good from the missing pieces when the entities break the fourth wall right up against the screen. Like, I think that's pretty good and pretty valid. But yeah, I guess I was mixed on it. I thought there was some I thought there was some good stuff in there, but I didn't really agree with the overall thing. Like a lot of the big points that were made. And we have 31 kgs to deliver to a doctor. And 12 kgs to deliver to the roboticist. I wasn't even aware that the woodsmen were an idea until I saw that. Yeah. I like, there's lots of good stuff brought up in that video for sure. Yeah, interesting that the woodsmen were back there in Firewalk with me. I think Lynch's father was a woodsman in real life as well.
We've added a cargo catapult option to your PCC. Now, in case the name didn't give it away, they can be used to launch multiple containers over a large distance.
Mango, I don't think I thanked you earlier for your 15 months. Mango, thank you. And Goku, again, thank you for the 100 bits and the tier 1 sub. Cheers, man. We have cargo catapults. This is a new thing that they added to the director's cut. I don't know if it's going to be all that useful in the grand scheme of things, but we might have to try it out at some point. I love the scene with the statue in the return. I love how one episode ends. You know how that episode ends when he's just beside the statue looking at it with that music, Windswept, I think it's called, that theme. And it plays as the credits roll, and then the start of the next episode begins in the same way with that same bit of music as he's beside the statue. I love the return, man.
Order assigned.
Let's reorganize that. I think the same piece of music plays while he's working on the case files as well. Drawing ladders and making those weird connections between the files.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Show Sizemore's corruption. I forget what his character's name is now.
Sam? You read me?
Lochna?
Uh-huh. Calling you via a Bridges dedicated line. I've been asked to carry on in my sister's place and provide you with support. We're whole again. One. Forever and always. We still speak, so I shouldn't have any trouble getting up to speed.
You back with Bridges then?
It's not about that. Never was. It's about what she wants. What we want. And why shouldn't we help you? You helped us. We're all connected now.
Cheers, Lochner. Okay, let's take a quick hop over to this doctor. And then I think I might have to wrap it up for this evening. I can't believe I've been playing for 5 hours already. It doesn't feel that long. I might take another look at the FF14 servers this evening. And maybe if I can get into a queue, I might... I don't know, maybe I'll jump on and create a character or something. We'll see. Might have to wait a few more days before we do that. Droops with the 46 months and the 2 years. Thank you. The 2-year streak. Cheers, man. I always thought that statue was about generation conflict, the way they have Cooper essentially behave like a child learning, then he mimics the statue's gun with his finger. Yeah, I think it's him sort of seeing what his... It's a statue of a lawman, right? This guy holding a gun. And I guess that's registering with Cooper. because that's who he is, right? He's the upstanding American lawman. So I guess he's identifying with the statue in that way. That's kind of how I saw it anyway.
Thank you. Delivering cargo.
A delivery? Oh, good. Excellent. Everything appears to be in perfect condition.
Yeah, I think I remember reading about that. The connection to his father. That's interesting.
There's something I've been meaning to ask. Would you help me join the UCA? If me being a part of it ensures more people get the medical attention they require, then it's well worth the hassle. Thank you for that. I might not be as young as I once was, but I've still got plenty to offer. Oh, by the way, I came across something I thought you might find useful. You're more than welcome to it.
More energy drink. The doctor wishes to express his gratitude. Your canteen has been upgraded to level 2. The level 2 canteen produces Bridges energy and therefore restores more stamina than the level 1 canteen.
Your deliveries have saved lives. And, as you know, every life that's saved is one fewer BT to deal with. Which in the long run means even more lives are saved. Please, don't give up. No matter how difficult it may become, I implore you.
Thanks, Sam. BB-28 appears to be on the road to recovery. Its affinity with the other side is growing stronger, as we hoped. The convulsions and spasms have ceased as well. I know it's tough out there without a BB, but you've got to keep on fighting the good fight. Just like the kid is. Just like BB-28 is.
Sam, we've received an order from a new client. Check the terminal in Mountain Knot City for the details, and do it soon. Sounds like someone is in need of medicine.
Did you just call it a kid? Dead man?
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
It's equipment.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Whoa! I slipped on this thing that pops up, I think. I think that's what happened there. That was weird, okay. I haven't taken a piss in a while.
I need to take a leak.
The haptics here, man. I feel like I have to explain this every time just for people that don't know the glory of this.
Sweet fucking relief.
On PS5, only the right trigger vibrates when you're taking a piss here. And if you're maxed out, if you have a full tank, it'll be a really thunderous vibration at the start, and then it lessens. And now when we're down to 100 milliliters, it's not vibrating much at all. Oh, we dribbled onto the bridge at the end! Wow. we still got to create a mushroom, even though most of our piss went over the edge. We get that little camera shake as well. That's great that the that the dribbles actually make sense. Oh! Fuck. I got distracted by the piss. He doesn't always get sick. Hey, where's my mushroom? No. Hey, there it is. Nice. Can I like my own mushroom? No. Okay. Yannick, thank you for the 38 months. Alright, guys, I hate to say it. But I'm going to wrap up there for now. Sorry for anyone just tuning in. Yannick, if you're just arriving. Look at the detail under his boots there. I'm not sure what the plan is tomorrow. I'll definitely be back with something tomorrow. Although I know I said that the day before yesterday and I wasn't on yesterday. But I think it's pretty likely that I will be on tomorrow. I'll post on Discord. I'll make a Discord announcement to inform you when I'll be streaming, probably at around the same time. I'm not sure if I'll do more Death Stranding tomorrow. Maybe I'll do some kind of Metal Gear shit tomorrow, because it's been a while since I've done some Metal Gear. And yeah, hopefully some FF14 soon as well. Guys, thanks for watching. And I'll see you again soon. Till next time, take it easy. Cheers, everyone.